Вдохни, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай. Это твоя горькая гортань, это моя длинная шея. Я стану тобой, и ты мною стань. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Вдохни, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай. Это твоя быстрая пульсация, это моя медленная сила. Я стану снаружи, ты станешь ты внутри. Я нужно лишь, чтоб ты меня хорошо проглотила. Вдохни, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, вдохни, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай. Осилишь меня, проглотишь все, что угодно. Вдох, не сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай. Это твоя горькая гортань, это моя длинная шея. Я стану тобой, и ты мною стань. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Я буду снаружи женщина, ты внутри змея. Да, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, вдохни, сделай выдох, вдох, сделай выдох, вдох, не дыши, не дыши, не дыши, глотай.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
Oh, God. What's wrong with that bear?
Cocaine Bear. Rated R. Only in theaters.
своими черными очами. Трын-дырын-дырын-дын-дын. В колонках Акын продолжает свой замысловатый рассказ. А луналикий мой господин пьян в дым и горит, как лампа под прицелом моих молчаливых глаз. Дым в доме, дым, дым, дым. У нас так всегда. Куришь на меня кальян, дымится на мне софьян. Как красиво мы горим, как красиво мы горим, как красиво и безмолвно мы сгораем без следа. Дым в доме, дым, 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 дым. Дым в доме, дым, дым, дым. У нас так всегда. Дым в доме, дым, 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 дым. Дым в доме, дым, дым, дым. У нас так всегда. Пьяные в дым, узорный дым стелется под ноги, как палас. Как красиво мы горим, как дарвас, как алмаз. А солнце беззвучно дожигает все остальное вокруг нас. Горим, горим ясно, горим от ревности днем, ночью горим от страсти. Горим первобытным огнем, горим от ярости, горим от гордыни. И ни слова от любви и ненависти в нашей газовой пустыне. Кто ночью твоя загорелая рабыня я, на утро кто тихая погибель твоя я. Кто ночью ты, лизни меня в лицо языком пламени. На утро окно распахни, из дома сгоревшего выгони. Дым, дым в доме, дым, дым. У нас так всегда. Дым в доме, дым, дым, дым. У нас так всегда. Куришь на меня кальян, дымится на мне софьян. Как красиво мы горим, как красиво мы горим, как красиво и безмолвно мы сгораем без следа. Дым в доме, дым, дым, дым. Дымимся пьяные в дым, узорный дым стелется под ноги, как палас. Как красиво мы горим, как дарвас, как алмаз. А солнце беззвучно дожигает все остальное вокруг нас. Холерной, сколько трусости пёсьей, верности пёсьей. Что это за весы? Обе чаши безмерны. Моя жизнь поломалась, и не сделать ничего с ней. Я не знаю, чья я, безуспешно силюсь вспомнить, о ком плачу так безутешно. Ты не знаешь, чей ты, если ты обнаружишь, чей ты. Расскажи мне хоть ты, кому калейдоскопа стало битым узорным, багровым, толченым, струйкой алый закат по реке кровостоку уже вытек из неба и не светит ничего нам. Я не знаю, чья я безуспешно силюсь вспомнить, о ком плачу так безутешно. Ты не знаешь, чей ты, если ты обнаружишь, чей ты. Расскажи мне хоть ты, кому служишь. Я не знаю, чья я. Я не знаю, чья я.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
Oh, God. What's wrong with that bear?
Cocaine Bear. Rated R. Only in theaters Friday.
Отмщенные царапки, испещренные тетрадки, железные загоны, межзвездные погоны. Я мщу тебе за царапки, ругаю тебя за царапки, накажу тебя за царапки, засажу тебя за царапки. Ты должен был заплакать, я бил, и ты должен был плакать. Почему ты просто не заплакал? Почему нанес мне царапки? Я мщу тебе за царапки. Посмотри на мои царапки. Ты запомнишь мои царапки. Я проучу тебя за царапки. У ближайшего перекрестка приучаю. Прощения просить за царапки, прощения просить на коленках. На обед она съест твою волю, а на ужин съест память, память. Я так тебя приучаю, и есть еще время сказать: прости меня за царапки, прости меня за царапки, прости меня за царапки, прости меня за царапки. Запрещенные записки и без фантиков и риски. Мы играем сегодня жестко, жестко, жестко. Агрессивная игра. Смотри на железные ставни, у меня железная хватка и человеческие органы, а на них царапки, царапки. Человеческие органы и внутренние органы, государственные органы и железная хватка.
Мене коза, мене сина буш, бош, параклаш. Мене ум, мене сина тош, ты что щедро. Мене сіз'я стая, мене жизнь непростая. Я щас сягаю з бирюк, я шагаю з кошикук. Буш, бош, бушкася, буш, бош, бушкася, буш, бош, бушкася, буш, бош, буш, бош. Тош ты, что щедро, тош ты, что щедро, тош ты, что щедро, тош ты, тош ты. Буш, сус, бізбея, буш, сус, бізбея, буш, сус, бізбея, буш, сус, тош, бош, тош, попшик, тош, бош, тош, попшик, тош, бош, тош, попшик, тош, бош, тош, бош. Буша, 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 бош. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh. Busha, 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 bosh.
Bursuz bebê, bursuz bebê, bursuz bebê, bursuz, bursuz, tos bosta, tos bosta, tos bosta, tos bosta, bursuz bebê, bursuz bebê, bursuz bebê, bursuz, bursuz, tos bosta, tos bosta, tos bosta, tos bosta.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Okay.
страхую молитвами, угрозами, шантажом. Он, как всегда, не слушает, молчит и курит выше этажом. И не видно ничего, не видно, но и ему, значит, тоже ничего не видно. Не смотри на дорогу, ты мне в лицо парящий, дай доехать до места, со мной не говорящий. Не смотри на дорогу, дай доехать до места. Я сегодня красивая, красивая невеста.
Невеста, платьишко в полосочку. Невеста, курю папиросочку. Невеста твоя или твоя на века. Я невеста с букетом чеснока.
Ангелы в перьях, бывалые в мистериях, новички в трогательных церковных суевериях. Пати у Боба, всего пока много. Он не смотрит на дорогу, не смотрит на дорогу. Только не усни, он не смотрит на дорогу. Отдыхает снайпер, он не смотрит на дорогу. Выдыхает вайпер, тысячевековой пар, тысячевековой, на дорогу ничего.
Яфрак ота була, шешек она була, сына бота буйсына. Тудыра, устере, сындыра, котыра, батыра, буйсындыра, сындыра. Бой, сындыра, бой, сындыра. Бір күн бір аусынмай, қотмай, батмай, буйсынмай. Кымыл, тамыл, тура ул, яңа тілің ул, яңа білім ул, яңа илің ул, яңа кәусесі, сәтиресі, утлы бұтақлар, үсіп құшақлар, сені ана хуш, анам мен, яңа ут, адам хуш, мен өзім адам, өзім уқ, үшам ескі дүния үстінен, ескі дүния бітті ұзып кетті жер yüzінен, қора көлеге, мен яңа ирте, мен туармын иртеге. Йона жанымны ярам, сынмайм мен сындырмайм, бұл сындырмайм, йонам яндырам. Йона жаным, яман ярам, сынмайм, сындырмайм, бұл сынмайм, йонам яндырам. Утлы tomırlarım kokır tufraklarga udeler, tomırını külüysen gene kuştu şallasın diyeler. Yon Я была судейкой, ни футбола, ни бокса. С Гришкой и Андрейкой судили мы хлопцев. Помогла контора расколоться. В наше зачарованное угодил пушистик болотца. 11-клашка, позывной милашка. Выпил из копытца, стал жертвенный барашка. Озорной, озорной, озорной ушастый. Говорила тебе мама, по ночам не шастай. Вот судья Гришка, погоняла вышка. Андрейка, судьишка, по кликухе пышка. Я Фемида, можно просто Фируза. Всем встать, ах ушастик, выба, 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 выба. Видели его глаза? Ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем. Он же маленький совсем. Ты же не хочешь проблем, 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 ты же не хочешь проблем. Докладчик терапышка, председатель вышка. Я Фемида, можно просто Фируза. Он за решеткой в телеках, а все дружки на великах. Он плачет, кто-нибудь, завяжите мне глаза. Фируза, ты же не хочешь проблем, 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 ты же не хочешь проблем. Не доказана вина. Ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем. Пощадите пацана. Ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь. Суд всегда голосует за единогласно. Но что с тобой, Фируза, это ты напрасно решает. Ушастик тормозит, в мониторах вспыхнул порох. Фируза дерзит, голосует наперекор. Ах, Фируза, ты же не хочешь проблем, 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 ты же не хочешь проблем. Фируза на ковер, хочешь, чтобы я тебя попер? Ангелочек наш без крыл, хочешь, чтоб тебя закрыл? Кто тебя подмазал, отвечай, Фируза. У Фирузы слеза черным черные размазаны глаза. Ты уборщица здесь, но это наше человечье ведро, и мусор в нем тоже наше человечье добро. Еще раз сунешь голову туда, окажешься внутри. Поняла, Фемида, и глаза свои сотри. Не доказана вина. Ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем. Пощадите пацана. Ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь проблем, ты же не хочешь. Суди, знай, несудима будешь, поняла, Фируза. Сиди, знай, не съедена будешь, поняла, Фируза. Сади, знай, не садима будешь, поняла, Фируза. Иди, больше так себя не веди, Фируза. Ты же не хочешь проблем, 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 ты же не хочешь проблем. Пока урам лайла рейкелеп, Копчыклары, кыргый сұрауларын шиша урамда суғышы Пока үнсіз ирартлары, ятыз аталары Ішіп исеріп бір-бірсін өтіріп хайванлана жүлер Башларында одашы, пока кәбәхәт Қуартлашлар үйлерін туздырып бітіріп Отыралар биік тәрәзәлерінен түкіріп Біз нешлейбіз қызым, біз аларны күтәбіз үйде Қойсынар ғына кіріп, жінішіргеннер Қойсынар ғына, қойсынар ғына, қойсынар ғына кіріп, жінішіргеннер Қойсынар ғына, қойсынар ғына Ношар молай, юқылыңны, ношар молай Құлыңда кем қаны, ношар молай Юқылыңны, ношар молай Құлыңда кем қаны Оқ құрғаш ғаскерлерін ұлымнығы тұп-тұта Уйнай, суға, бәрі, ота Менен бейік бұян қызыл мойын әлләнеңдей Уян ұлым әлләнеңдей соғышта Суға, бәрі, ота Шағай, пляж, моңғай ұлым Симме ол нәрсә шлю Суға, бәрі, ота Сөйләлі ұлым, нишләп пышрақ құлың Нишік менә бұл құлың Суға, бәрі, ота Әйді сөйләлі ұлым, нишләп пышрақ құлың Нишләп құлыңда талған Құлыңда кім қаны Әлі бәхлім сені тұтырған үшін жанымны кім олар Біләм өзім оқырсы кім Шайтан, ношар молай Юқылыңны, ношар молай Құлыңда кім қаны Ношар молай Юқылыңны, ношар молай Құлыңда кім қаны
Your oxygen is over your head. You're flying, you're flying, you're flying, you're flying, you're flying, you're flying, you're flying. Brace position, escape path lighting. Follow escape path lighting. Do you follow escape path lighting? Do you follow your own way out? You're falling, 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 you're falling.
Я иду дорогой прямой. Не так уж она и длинна. Это дорога домой. Здесь
есть такая одна. Тебе кажется, под ногами земная твердь, ненадежно зарыта смерть. Под ногами озерный ил, в нем надежно забыто все, чем я был. Не тону, а гуляю по дну. Меня сделает чище вода, и чутье проведет сквозь мрак. Оружие сквозь того, кто...
Я родился в С1, потом переехал в БСМ по 2 рядом с моргом, там хоботом рыл. Во дворе ржавый слоник, бесплодную землю, прессованный прах наших предков, бомжей, городских работяг, деревенских, которых великая стройка скурила и выдула в небо задумчиво из крематорной трубы. Я видел в окно, как дышит оно, напротив как раз продавали гробы. И все мужички нелепой судьбы роились вокруг, потому что оно выделяло тепло. Как ради его, когда были совсем малыши, прислоняли свои шалаши. Мы, это не тень от забора, а что-то реально большое брало нас тогда под крыло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Бабай был водитель автобуса сам из села. Когда он пустой после смены катился в депо, умирая, так и черемуха пышно цвела. Мы висели на поручнях, как на лианах, ломали компостер, копили билеты в какое такое депо. Мы уже после смерти его догадались об этом. Мой прадед мечтал об одном, что был у семьи его дом. Он строил и строил дотла, сгорал его дом 3 раза подряд. За 3-м пожаром дед умер от разрыва сердца. И все говорили, что бил вместо крови огонь из грудного жерла. В тот день деревня за час потянулась к воротам двора его. Что их туда привело, что их туда привело, никто не сумел описать, но все помнили точно. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Другой 30 лет мертвым был в лагерях, и однажды седым стал в дверях. Не поверила мать, не пошла обнимать, пока тот и не вытащила из рукава забитое плечо, как в кино. И поняли все, что на койке небесной теперь есть свободное место одно. И лагерной песней ее мамкину старую печку сердечко сынок затопил горячо, как нельзя горячо. Душа ее вмиг отлетела, то, что осталось еще, сутки светилось, млело, сиротело и высвобождало тепло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Мой сын родился в РКБ, горячий как хлеб, весь из этого соткан тепла. Он сразу заплакал от тех, кто ради него стал зала. В груди моей женщины черкнуло что-то от этого плача, и по животу из сосков потекло. Она поняла, с тех пор навсегда поселилось невластное нечто, которое жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло и пекло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine.
Где этот сбой? Этот сбой надо мной, что-то сон тайное, вдруг минуль, вдруг становой, что с динамиком я с голосом твоим запортаем, как с мокрым динамитом подворотни темный, моей души помехи, твой сигнал изысканный, как строчка Корана, как кардиограмма, рвется где-то в цепочке, но почему моей душе помехи, моей душе буран, но почему на входе так ясно, на выходе почему так грязно, почему так грязно. Я вся прошита, протюгана твоей диджейской иголочкой. В крови смс-ки нацарапанные тобой ночами на моем сердце порочном. Сколько шифровок твоих забито под моей футболочкой. И ни одной подсказки настрой меня так, чтобы я их трактовала точно. Почини меня, почему тебя слышу так живо, когда пою, подаю песню твою так фальшиво. Почему по диктовку твою точно ночью я пишу так правильно, так аккуратно. Когда читаю, понимаешь, что все перепутано, все переврат. Я путаю слова, читаю мысли твои, путаю слова, читаю мысли твои, путаю слова, читаю мысли твои. Да я путаю слова, читаю мысли твои, путаю слова, читаю мысли твои, путаю мысли свои, твои, чужие, путаю. Это голос твой или мой чужой, он говорит со мной или с тобой, или сам собой, говорит о том, о чем говорит, или хочет, чтобы мысли его раскрыли.
Мои руки светятся, когда я за тобой записываю. Ничего, так не люблю, как нашу рощу кипарисовую. Где путаю тропинки, хожу мимо твоего храма. Путаю.
Облака висят низко-низко, облака седые, брови алабабая нависли, как жить старику одному, как хочется ласки. Я лечу высоко, стены его сарая, огибая, я в блестках и перьях и кислородной маске. Самолет упадет, я останусь висеть, он поймает меня, ухватив за девичьи косички. Самолет сгорит, огонь меня испарит, я останусь, чтоб петь ему песни, как все его птички. В уголке неба укромном, для меня земля слишком огромна. Не снижайся, командир корабля. Пожалуйста, только не земля, пожалуйста, только не земля. В уголке неба укромном, для меня земля слишком огромна. Не снижайся, командир корабля. Пожалуйста, только не земля, только не земля. Лечу высоко мимо Бога, белые стены его чертога, черное небо, черный ящик, черные экраны радаров сбоящих. Белые крылья, белые облака, седые брови насупил, ко мне охладел. Я все равно люблю все, что ты с нами сделал. Я все равно люблю все, что творил ты со мной, шаля. Все равно люблю все, что не земля, все, что не земля. В уголке неба укромном, для меня земля слишком огромна. Не снижайся, командир корабля. Пожалуйста, только не земля, только не земля. В уголке неба укромном, для меня в уголке неба укромном, для меня земля слишком огромна. Не снижайся, командир корабля. Пожалуйста, только не земля, только не земля. Пожалуйста, только не земля. Черт, ты такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Ты качок в качалке делаешь кач-кач. Это слишком четко, это too much, о черт. У тебя кач, четкий, четкий, причеткий. Черт, ты такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Черт. Черт, у тебя кэш, у тебя нал, это сигнал, как ты узнал мой номинал. Ты такой четкий, 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 причеткий. Черт, ты такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Такой четкий, такой четкий, такой четкий, причеткий. Любишь шутки, я сама люблю шутки. Пока не получишь девочку, шутишь как дьявол. А я просто шучу шутки, пока не получу трабл. Любишь шутки, я сама люблю шутки, сама люблю шутки. Шути шутки, я сама шучу шутки, сама шучу. Черт, ты такой четкий, ты такой четкий, ты такой четкий, ты такой, ты такой, ты такой четкий, ты такой четкий, ты такой четкий, ты такой, ты такой четкий. Черт.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
What's wrong with that bear?
Cocaine Bear. Rated R. Only in theaters Friday. Get tickets now.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And with the widest selection of used cars under $20,000, you're bound to find a car that'll put a smile on your face. Carvana gives you control by letting you customize your down and monthly payments. You can browse tens of thousands of cars online to find one within your budget, and you won't get surprised with any bogus fees. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to shop for a vehicle. Carvana, we'll drive you happy. Availability may vary by market.
Imagina despertarte y sentirte lleno de energía.
of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
Since the launch of this channel, we have looked at a number of mysterious disappearances in and around the national parks of North America, which were identified through the work of David Paulides. Over the next 2 episodes, we will be examining a cross-section of his research, which receives perhaps the least publicity and analysis, those of the near-missing 411. It has now just been over a decade since David Paulides first went public with his research into the many unexplained disappearances which have occurred in North America's national parks. His work is notable for the sense of mystery and downright eeriness it exudes, as well as the way in which it conveys the feelings of grief and loss experienced by the loved ones of those who have vanished. Amongst the many examples he has cited, it is commonly those cases in which little or no trace was ever found of the missing person which have received the highest degree of notoriety. But his insistence, unlike many others across his field, not to commit to any one definitive theory about what may be responsible for this tragic and recurring phenomenon, is as ominous as it is frustrating. There are, however, a number of cases identified during the course of his work involving witnesses who were seemingly able to step back from the brink of disappearance. Otherwise unremarkable, salt-of-the-earth people, whose extraordinary experiences have often been picked apart and ridiculed by their communities when they have been brave enough to come forward and share them. Witnesses whose stories suggest that Paulides could be correct, in that there may be many possible reasons for so many disappearances which have occurred throughout the North American landscape. A common occurrence reported by countless hunters, hikers, and national park employees has been referred to as the silence. This eerie phenomenon seems to strike at random, with witnesses finding themselves standing alone, the woods around them having gone deathly quiet. And whilst it would be expected that the presence of a nearby predator, or even themselves, may cause birds and other small animals to go quiet, witnesses report that this silence seems to go far beyond that. Those who have experienced it often struggle to convey just how oppressive it is, stating that the atmosphere around them seems to become thick and heavy, that even the sound of nearby running water or the wind rustling through the trees seems to cease altogether. One witness described it as feeling as though in one instant they were in the natural physical world, and the next they were somehow transported to an imposter world. It was almost as if they were on a film set which couldn't quite replicate their real surroundings. They also felt as if they were being observed by some unseen force the entire time. People react to this strange phenomenon in different ways, and more often than not, nothing sinister comes of it. But the experience of an unnamed park ranger working within the Smoky Mountains National Park suggests an even more mysterious element to this bizarre occurrence. In May of 1992, this park ranger, who we'll refer to as John, was midway through one of his regular patrols when he decided to stop and take a sip of water from his canteen. Unscrewing the cap from the small container, he slowly realized that everything around him had gone silent. Thinking that a large predator may be nearby, he walked across to a suitably tall tree and sat down on the ground with his back propped up against the trunk. In this way, he would be able to keep an eye out for any large animals without having to worry about anything creeping up on him from behind. As time passed, John began to get an overwhelming feeling that something was very wrong. Far above him, the branches of the trees continued to sway in the same afternoon breeze he could feel brushing across his face, and yet he could not hear any of the rustling or creaking he would have expected to. Turning his head left and right, feeling as if he had been wrapped in an invisible cloak of cotton wool which seemed to muffle every natural sound, he became increasingly unnerved. After several minutes, John became so spooked that he decided to get up and head back to the trailhead. But as he walked away from the tree he had been sitting against, he came to an immediate halt. Looking down, he realized that a portion of his right foot had completely disappeared. Everything from the crease of the toe cap forwards had entirely vanished. Staring in disbelief, he moved his leg forwards and was horrified to see more of his foot disappear. When he pulled it back again, his foot reappeared in its entirety. Stepping back, John reached out with his right arm and was bewildered to see his hand completely vanish from sight. When he lowered it again, his hand reappeared. It was almost as if there was an invisible portal just in front of him. Feeling a tingling sensation in each of the affected limbs, the ranger decided not to venture any further and walked back to the tree, sitting with his back against it as he had done so previously. After another 5 or 10 minutes, the woodland sounds returned, and only then did John dare to venture forth and return to the trailhead, knowing in the core of his very being that he had just narrowly avoided becoming yet another missing person of the Smoky Mountains National Park. Also during the early 90s, a similarly disturbing and inexplicable incident would play out at a residential premises located on the outskirts of a small town in rural Michigan. As they had done so on many evenings, the two young siblings who lived at the address had been out playing in their backyard, which happened to back onto an area of dense woodland. At some point during their horseplay, the 7-year-old daughter of the family had launched the ball they were playing with into the tree line. Apprehensive of the shadows forming within, as the sun slowly made its way towards the horizon, she had insisted her older brother be the one to go into the woods and retrieve it. After a short argument, her 9-year-old sibling had finally relented, and had begun to make his way across their backyard towards the waiting thickets. But just as he had reached a point only several meters away from the undergrowth, their ball had come flying out of the trees, landing on the grass directly in front of him. As the pair had stood peering into the shadows to see who was responsible for returning their ball, they detected a sudden movement, about 10 meters away, hidden in shadow. At first, they believed it to be their father playing a prank of some kind, but as they crept into the tree line, they saw a strange, pale and gaunt face peeking out from behind one of the trees, staring intently back at them. Judging by the height at which its head peered out from behind the tree, it was obvious that it was very tall, far taller than either of their parents, and it had a lank of jet black hair which hung down 3 or 4 feet in length. Despite its imposing height and strange features, the siblings still believed that it was their father wearing a mask and standing on a tree branch, messing around as he was known to do. As they advanced further inside the tree line, the strange face suddenly pulled back out of sight, and then almost immediately reappeared behind another tree about 10 meters further into the woods. The children had giggled and laughed, telling their father to knock it off, but the face remained staring intently at them, without any hint of emotion. They advanced again, and sure enough, as soon as they had got to within 3 or 4 meters, the face withdrew and instantly reappeared behind another tree much further back. This happened a number of times, before the boy finally became frustrated and decided to run towards the apparent prankster, only for it to vanish from sight once again and immediately reappear, this time a good 30 or 40 meters back into the woods. Not even 2 seconds had passed before its face had re-emerged. Even the younger sibling, who was just 7 years old, had realized that it would have been impossible for a human being to cover such a distance in such a short space of time. They were also more than a little unnerved by the fact that at no point had they seen its body moving between the trees as it retreated. The pair realized that when they turned back, they could no longer see their house through the trees. They were suddenly gripped by a feeling that something was not right. Only minutes had passed, and yet they seemed to be far deeper in the woods than they had ever dared venture before. It slowly began to dawn on the boy that he and his sister were being lured away from the safety of their backyard. Taking her by the arm, he hurriedly began to lead her in the direction opposite to the setting sun. With their house being east of the tree line, he knew this would lead them back home and to safety. Behind them, the eyes of the mysterious watcher regarded them with some interest, seemingly content to let them escape, before it slowly faded back into the shadows. Almost 20 years later, perhaps the most infamous near-missing 411 case would take place several hundred miles away in the neighboring state of Ohio. On a Wednesday evening during late September of 2010, a bow hunter by the name of Jan Maccabee, wife of the revered optical physicist Bruce Maccabee, had ventured into the woods near her home to visit her usual hunting spot. The location in question consisted of a hide which had been installed atop a large tree and was accessed via a ladder from the woods below. Situated some 15 to 20 feet off the ground, it was surrounded on all sides by thick and towering branches, looking out onto an open corridor between the trees, which stretched away in an easterly direction. Jan had already been out to the stand earlier that day to install a hanger for her bow, which she had photographed using her BlackBerry mobile device. It was with the same handset that she now sat taking further pictures and texting her husband, while she patiently waited for any quarry to make its way out into the open. The rest of the day had been cool and damp, but as evening approached the temperature had risen, with the moisture on the vegetation around her slowly starting to burn off. Jan was midway through sending a text when she realized that the sounds of the forest had fallen completely silent. Unnerved when this eerie development did not abate over the next few minutes, she had shared her anxiety in a message to her husband. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of what appeared to be an unnatural haze, roughly halfway up a tree, situated about 20 feet away from where she was. Jan would later describe what she saw as similar in appearance to a mirage created when a road or other surface seems to shimmer under the heat of the midday sun. Initially believing that what she was looking at was the result of something caught in one of her eyes, she had closed and rubbed them for a few seconds before looking up again. But to her surprise, the strange haze was still apparently clinging to the side of the same tree, roughly 10 feet higher than she was. Then, without a sound, the mysterious entity glided down towards the forest floor, directly across her field of vision, moving at a consistent and controlled speed. Sitting perfectly still so as not to betray her presence, she had just managed to take a picture with her phone before the haze reached the ground below her. The moment it did so, it completely disappeared from sight, with all the sounds of the forest suddenly returning around her. Utterly perplexed by what she had just experienced, Jan took several more photos for comparison before cautiously clambering down from her hide. It would not be until much later that evening, over dinner with her husband and some friends, that she had related her experience. During the course of this conversation, Jan had produced her BlackBerry and examined the images of what she had seen for the first time. Her photo, which has now been evaluated by specialists across the globe, including her own husband, seems to depict some sort of reflective pattern passing directly before her. And although there is no defined shape to this strange distortion, it is apparently reflecting and diverting the light around it, creating a prism-like effect. Later, on that same evening, she would learn that there had been a further mysterious incident at a local high school, not even an hour after her own experience. On that occasion, a late band rehearsal at a local high school had been halted by a bright light, which had been seen hovering in the skies overhead. As the students had ceased their practice and watched on in wonder, this strange object had changed colour, and then shot off at some speed into the heavens. When relating each of these three incidents, it is of note that Paulides has never sought to expand upon them or offer any form of overarching explanation, and although all three are very different in nature, they are unified by the apparent lack of an overt hazard to those who experienced them. In each example, be it an encounter with a portal to an unknown destination, or an entity whose intentions are unclear, no obvious threat or danger was presented to the witness. And yet, in all cases, what was being experienced was so inexplicable and haunting in nature that those involved felt the need to disengage with it. In retelling these occurrences, one can only speculate as to what awaited them had they pushed the envelope and proceeded to explore just that little bit further. Join us next week, when we'll be recounting the tales of those who came even closer to never being seen again.
Private internet access, including Windows. You link in the
Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office received a panicked phone call from the parents of a missing child. The fact that the boy in question was just 3 years old was worrying enough, but of much greater concern was the location he had apparently disappeared from. The parents' campsite was located in the foothills of Mount Shasta, a towering and inhospitable region which had claimed countless lives over the years. As a result, the area was soon flooded with personnel from every branch of the emergency services, as well as a sizable group of civilian volunteers. But upon their arrival, as the boy's father related the circumstances surrounding his son's disappearance, certain members of the search and rescue teams had shot nervous glances at one another. Apparently, the child had walked off into the surrounding countryside accompanied by the family dog, and it was only upon the canine's return that the alarm had been raised. It had staggered back into the campsite, soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold, before collapsing onto the ground, exhausted and quite alone. The thoughts of the assembled emergency workers and volunteers had instantly turned to the nearby McCloud River, their immediate concern being the possibility that the dog had entered the water in some failed attempt to rescue its young companion. With the river's current being particularly strong due to recent rainfall, in such a scenario, the chances of locating the missing child would be very poor. It was with great relief then that 4 hours into the search, a canine unit had unexpectedly stumbled across the boy, alive and well, hiding in a small bush down by the riverbank. Carrying the tired and shivering toddler back into the campsite, there had been a few raised eyebrows over the fact that he had been found in an area which had already been searched several times. Such concerns were soon drowned out, however. With time he had been every branch of the emergency. It had staggered back into the campsite near door. It was with great relief then that 4 hours into the search, a canine unit had unexpectedly stumbled across the boy, alive and well, hiding in a small bush down by the riverbank. Carrying the tired and shivering toddler back into the campsite, there had been a few raised eyebrows over the fact that he had been found in an area which had already been searched several times. Such concerns were soon drowned out, however, with the outpouring of joy and gratitude when the child was reunited with his emotionally overwhelmed parents. But little did those present know it at the time that the boy's disappearance was only one small facet of a much deeper and more haunting experience. About 3 weeks after the ordeal, the boy's parents had gone out for the day, leaving him in the company of his grandmother, Kathy. As she had sat watching him play with his toys on the carpet in front of her, she had been delighted when out of the blue he said that he loved her. Her joy over this unexpected show of affection was short-lived, however, when he continued by saying that although he loved her, he did not like his other Grandma Kathy. As far as she knew, she was the only Grandma Kathy in his life, as his maternal grandmother's name was Jenny. When she asked him what he meant, there had followed a somewhat awkward exchange, in which the boy explained what had happened to him during the time he had been missing. He related how he had been found by someone who looked exactly like her, but had walked and talked in a strange way. This other Grandma Kathy had apparently picked him up and carried him to a place underground full of strange-looking spiders, where he had seen what had looked like backpacks and guns all piled up. As she had climbed down the ladder after him, her body had flickered when the light coming from above had shone down upon her. When this happened, he had caught a brief glimpse of something else beneath his grandmother's skin, which convinced him that this wasn't really his Grandma Kathy. It was something else, pretending to be her. The boy went on to explain how there had been other strange people in the place below the ground, frozen and unmoving, like robots which had been switched off. He had also related how the one pretending to be his grandmother had on several occasions tried to get him to defecate on a piece of shiny paper, not fully explaining the reasons for this odd request. When he had not been able to do so, she had told him a story about how she was from outer space, and that she had put him into his mother's tummy when he was a baby. This strange copy of his grandmother had then carried him back up to the surface and stayed in the bushes with him until they heard one of the search and rescue teams approaching. She had then left, telling him to wait in the bushes until they found him. When the boy's parents returned from their day trip, his grandmother had related his strange tale to them. At first they laughed it off, marvelling at their young son's vivid imagination, only to pause when they saw the look of confusion and concern in Kathy's eyes. Nervously, she began to explain how a year previously, she had also been camping with a friend down by the McLeod River when she had an unsettling experience of her own. Awakening one morning, she had found herself lying face down in the dirt outside her tent and sleeping bag, with no recollection of how she came to be there. Not long afterwards, she had been violently sick and had discovered a strange mark on the back of her neck. She had initially assumed that she had been bitten by a snake or spider, until her friend emerged from his camper van nearby, exhibiting the same dreary symptoms, and with an identical mark in exactly the same place on the back of his neck. When they spoke of what happened the night before, they discovered that all they could remember was seeing a pair of mysterious red eyes regarding them from the nearby trees. Everything else was a complete and utter blank. 400 miles to the south of Mount Shasta, a similarly bewildering occurrence would befall a young couple hiking through one of North America's most beautiful, yet notorious national parks. The pair had arrived at Yosemite as part of a larger group of friends who had embarked on a week-long camping holiday. Midway through their vacation, they were hiking near an area called Glacier Point, when they realized just how far they had pulled ahead of the rest of their companions. They decided to sit and wait near a small boulder field, and had been chatting for about 10 minutes when it suddenly dawned on them that the night had closed in. This was immediately troubling to them, as they could have sworn it was no later than mid-afternoon, and had been chatting for about 10 minutes when it suddenly dawned on them that the night had closed in. This was immediately troubling to them, as they could have sworn it was no later than mid-afternoon. A quick check of their watches confirmed this, displaying the time as just after 3 p.m. Their first thought was that perhaps a solar eclipse had occurred, of which they were unaware, but this idea was quickly dismissed when they saw that the sky was full of stars and accompanied by a crescent moon. Standing alone in the night, with little in the way of equipment to make camp, they had begun to discuss the options available to them. But within minutes they became aware of raised voices, heading back down the trail towards them. After a short time, they could make out their names being called, and with the greatest sense of relief, they had answered. Torch beams danced across their faces as some of their friends rounded a nearby bend in the trail, accompanied by several park rangers. The couple were initially confused by the overwhelming joy and relief expressed by all those present, but it soon became apparent that something extremely bizarre had occurred. According to their friends, they had been missing for the past 3 days. The boulder field in which the couple had waited had been searched several times, but not a single trace of them had been found. To this day, they have no idea what happened to them during that time. Sandwiched between the Tahoe and El Dorado National Forests, Placer County has always proven popular with hunters and hikers alike. This is despite the fact that it is very close to the site where 5 young men would mysteriously disappear during the late 1970s, with 4 of their number later being found deceased, and the 5th remaining missing to this day. A decade before that incident, an equally unusual and mysterious event would take place within the same hills and forests to the east of Yuba City, and it would again feature a small group of friends who had made their way out into the evening in search of adventure in nearby Cisco Grove. They were all keen bow hunters, and amongst their number was a 28-year-old local man by the name of Donald Shrum. As they had spread out amongst the trees looking for tracks, Shrum had somehow lost sight of the friend closest to him and found himself separated from the rest of the group. A little uneasy at the prospect of wandering through the woods alone, he had searched in vain for the rest of his friends, but it was to no avail. As the evening had closed in, he had decided that the safest course of action would be to shimmy up a nearby tree and see out the night in the safety of its branches. But not long after he had done so, securing himself to the trunk by tying his belt around his waist, he had caught sight of a bright light moving through the sky overhead. As Shrum had watched on with interest, the approaching aircraft had begun to zigzag from side to side, descending closer to the ground as it did so. Believing it to be a helicopter, sent out to locate him after his friends had raised the alarm, he had called out and lit flares to attract its attention. Sure enough, the light in the sky began to gravitate in the direction of the tree in which he was seated, continuing to descend until it landed at a point roughly 50 yards away. It was only then that the hunter realized that what he was looking at across the forest could not be a helicopter, as aside from the fact that it was completely silent, it was far too large and had no obvious means of propulsion. Shrum continued to stare at the object, which was shaped like a cigar and as large as a 14-story building, when a smaller craft suddenly materialized alongside it. This lesser vessel then approached, coming much closer to the tree before landing on the ground nearby. Shrum stated that 3 figures, bedecked in silver reflective suits, then emerged from its interior. As he looked on, 2 of these figures, who he would later estimate to be around 5 feet tall, stayed with the craft whilst the third, which was much larger, began to make its way towards him. Shrum would go on to say that this third figure seemed to be acting under the direction of the other 2, and that due to its awkward and laboured movements, he could immediately tell that there was something quite unnatural about it. As it reached the bottom of the tree, he realised that it looked less like a person and more like a mechanical being. It had a head, body, arms and legs, but it was composed entirely of a metallic material. On its face there was an opening where the mouth would be, which was situated just below a pair of orange glowing eyes, but he couldn't see anything resembling a nose. Moments later, the creature or robot or whatever it was produced a puff of white smoke from its mouth, which then floated up towards him and caused him to lose consciousness. When he came to a few minutes later, Shrum had looked down to see the 2 smaller figures now climbing up the tree towards him in an apparent attempt to effect his capture. Shouting an alarm, he began to throw various items from his rucksack down upon them, hoping to force their retreat, before letting loose with an arrow at the larger entity, which was still standing at the bottom of the tree. A metallic sound rang out as the arrow struck the taller figure's exterior, which caused the others to retreat to their craft. They returned shortly afterwards, however, in the company of what appeared to be a second mechanical figure, which proceeded to issue forth more of the white gas, again rendering Shrum unconscious. Coming to for a second time, the hunter once again saw the two smaller creatures climbing the tree towards him, but this time they were much closer, their outstretched arms mere inches from his feet. Terrified, he used matches from his pocket to set fire to objects, which he then threw down upon them, causing them to scatter once again. Shrum would spend the next hour or so fighting off further attempts to capture him, before he blacked out following a third dose of the mysterious white smoke. He awoke in the dawn light, but there was no trace of either the craft or any of the beings which had tried to abduct him. An hour or so on or undue suffering. Could it be that what they encountered is entirely unrelated to many other cases which have been identified by David Paulides through his work? That it may be something else which is responsible for the countless individuals who go missing each year in North America's national parks? It should be noted that aside from the accounts of Donald Shrum and Jan Maccabee, few of these cases feature verifiable names or dates regarding the events which took place, which of course makes them much more difficult to authenticate. There is no evidence beyond the vague anecdotal retelling of what occurred, and the veracity of such statements remains uncertain. What is clear, however, is that the vast and beautiful landscapes of the North American continent hide many dangers, some of which we understand, and perhaps others we do not, and that we must continue to exercise great caution as we venture ever further into these remote regions.
Just to state a couple things before this.
Whose wife have her?
Just to state a couple things before this starts. These entries are all
By 1965, the Viet Cong expanded pre-existing underground tunnels and underground chambers beneath their villages and the surrounding jungle. For nearly 8 years, they as they waged a war against South Vietnamese forces and other allies. Thousands of miles from their own homes and families, the Allied soldiers and Marines who daringly entered into these claustrophobic passages were met with complete darkness, the smell of damp earth and rotting corpses, vicious booby traps, and enemy soldiers lying in wait. This is the story of the Viet Cong tunnels. This conflict is still mired in a heated political debate. Therefore, understanding why this war was fought, why the Vietnamese spent over 20 years digging tens of thousands of kilometers of underground tunnels, requires a deeper understanding of the root causes of the illegal
Ten-4 dispatch, Charlie 2-4, requesting air support. This is a big zone to cover.
No sign of a suspect vehicle. Can you advise, is our situation still active?
Despite their initial defeat against expanding French colonization, remnants of the Vietnamese armies began a campaign of guerrilla fighting through the 1860s, a time when armed conflict raged worldwide, from the New Zealand Wars to the Americans fighting a civil war half a world away. Through the end of the Second World War, a lack of sufficient organization appears to have caused the repeated failure of Vietnamese anti-colonial uprisings against the now established French government. With the fall of Chinese dynastic rule at the turn of the century, the subsequent rise of communism and its literary edification by Lenin and other pro-communist intellectual writers, it was during the 1930s that a man known as Ho Chi Minh was inspired by communism and successfully organized support of the ideology in northern Vietnam. Taking advantage of the working class's hatred of the oppressive French government and of the invading Japanese, this newly founded Communist Party began recruiting a guerrilla army. All they needed was an opportunity, which the end of World War II provided. Following the surrender of the Japanese Empire in 1945, the confusion of ruling powers left behind in Vietnam allowed Minh's Communist Party to seize control of the northern region, uniting into an alliance known as the Viet Minh. Viet Minh fighters and other pro-communists joined to form the Viet Cong. They rekindled the guerrilla war against French forces who were now attempting to regain their dominance of the region. Tunnels were dug under the scattered South Vietnamese villages and hamlets, not only to disguise the coordinated Viet Cong movements, but for innocent villagers to escape capture, interrogation, and execution during the French military's sweeping raids through the region. With casualties mounting on all sides, a treaty agreement was attempted in 1954. Vietnam was then divided at the 17th parallel into the Communist North and the non-Communist South. During this temporary peace, more than 1 million Vietnamese civilians, soldiers, Catholics, and other anti-communists fled the despotism of North Vietnamese policy with assistance from the US and Allied forces. Meanwhile, pro-communists who remained in South Vietnam, as well as Buddhists and those who supported Vietnamese independence continued to experience tyranny under corrupted French governance in the South. The promise of French democracy had quickly devolved into dictatorship. The peace was short-lived. Irreconcilable differences between the North and the South led to continued fighting, as most Vietnamese people wanted total independence, whether communist or not, while the French continued to push for re-establishing complete colonial control. From 1963 to 1965, the North injected an additional 150,000 Viet Cong guerrilla fighters into the southern region in an effort to overthrow the French government once and for all. Civilian casualties continued to mount. Those unfortunate souls who resided in South Vietnam and supported neither regime in favor of a republican democracy suffered political and religious persecution. They were now executed and abused by both the Viet Cong and the French government. Increasing involvement by French allies, largely the American military, seemed to only worsen the situation. In a sad irony, the Vietnamese people ultimately inclined their loyalty toward those who oppressed them the least. The Allied forces' primary goal was to halt the spread of communism in Asia, believing in a domino theory. If Vietnam fell, as China and North Korea had, others would soon follow. Operation Rolling Thunder was the initial effort to discourage communist aggression and stamp out the infiltrations of Viet Cong troops and their supplies entering South Vietnam via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Beginning in 1965, American forces began a 3-year campaign of heavy aerial and artillery bombardment. American troops who were stationed in Vietnam at the time report that the ground shook so violently during the routine bombing, they did not even have to stir their morning coffee. Tens of thousands more civilians were killed as a result of this American effort to destroy the Vietnamese jungle and its dense foliage with a relentless dropping of explosives, destructive herbicides, predominantly Agent Orange, and napalm. The villagers and Viet Cong dug their tunnels even deeper to survive the obliteration of the earth above them. Realizing the insufficiency of these attritional bombing efforts, and on the apparently falsified premise of a North Vietnamese attack against an American ship in the Gulf of Tonkin, American leaders began pouring troops into Vietnam, reaching nearly 500,000 by the end of 1968, partnering with an existing force of some 600,000 South Vietnamese troops. Additionally, these were joined by smaller military contingents from Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, and South Korea. For some time during their initial movements into Vietnam, Allied troops felt as if they were fighting an invisible enemy, completely unaware of the expansive network of fortified Viet Cong tunnels underneath their very feet. Tunnels were even dug underneath American military installations, allowing for surprise attacks to occur within their guarded perimeters. Many tunnel openings, trenches, and battle posts were strategically built along tree lines, concealed by brush and high grass, a tactic which fooled Allied fighters. Many unsuspecting troops were killed so close to the tunnel entrances, VC fighters, known phonetically by Americans as Victor Charlies, could easily retrieve weapons from the fallen troops without being noticed. Advancing forces were then startled at how the enemy could have appeared and then disappeared so quickly. Unable to see the tunnel openings, they assumed the gunfire was coming from deeper within the jungle or from nearby villages. Without ever encountering a single Viet Cong fighter, daily patrols suffered numerous casualties, as the terrain was littered with tens of thousands of concealed booby traps. Over 11% of the Allied deaths were caused by these traps, with thousands more survivors still maimed and injured for life. Explosive mines were buried in the ground, were otherwise attached to tripwires, devilishly placed. Some were even hidden amongst attractive flowers, which Americans were known to pick, or otherwise attached to irresistible souvenir items like Viet Cong flags and weapons. Tripwires caused tiger traps, heavy objects covered in long spikes, to fall from trees. The most effective traps were the large concealed pits filled with sharpened bamboo or steel spikes. Impaled through their feet, legs, and torsos, even if victims survived the horrific injuries, the sticks were often coated with animal and human feces or plant poisons, left to fester in the sweltering heat of the tropical climate. Some of the large, spiked metal traps were designed in order to cause even worse damage if a soldier attempted to remove them. The wounded men then had to be carried away along with the trap. The Allied troops' primary mission was search and destroy, locate and either kill or capture the enemy. Unlike other wars, when troops in Vietnam defeated the enemy in a certain area, they would not remain there. After they soon departed, the enemy would move back into their tunnels, which remained full of supplies and munitions, quickly re-establishing their fighting positions. Many Allied soldiers and Vietnamese would die, seemingly pointlessly, fighting repeatedly over the same piece of land. Unbeknownst to many Allied troops, the Vietnamese were just as persistent as they, entirely willing to fight to the last man. In frustration, some among the Allied soldiers resorted to more gruesome tactics, such as the decapitation of Viet Cong corpses, stuffing an ace of spades card in the mouth, and then displaying the severed head to prevent the superstitious enemy from returning to the area. Since they were unable to visualize a victory over ground, Allied troops began reporting body counts, the number of dead enemy fighters, so they could determine some form of progress in a seemingly endless fight. While seen as grotesque by many of their peers, some American fighters went so far as to cut an ear from every man they killed, displaying these trophies on necklaces or keychains. The Viet Cong had their own versions of debauchery, as they would award honored titles, such as American Destroyer Hero, to their fighters who succeeded in killing a certain number of Allied troops. In an act of twisted generosity, some fighters with excess kill counts would even offer their extra kills to a friend, so they could both receive a promotional title. Regardless of the violence and booby traps, the foreign Allied fighters battled with the unfamiliar environment itself, enduring humid temperatures over 110 degrees Fahrenheit, thick jungle and razor-sharp plants, plagues of mosquitoes, centipedes, and other biting insects, poisonous snakes, and festering wounds from leeches. When they did encounter enemy soldiers, it was by sporadic ambushes, sniper fire snapping by their ears like so many steel mosquitoes. As Allied casualties mounted, so did their frustration. They rarely found themselves with an opportunity to fire back, unable to see the guerrilla fighters firing from their concealed tunnel entrances. During jungle firefights, it was not uncommon for Allied fighters to inadvertently shoot and kill their friends as they began firing in all directions, not knowing from where they were being attacked. Other Allied soldiers report that while patrolling in the dark jungle, they would see nothing but empty and quiet forest, only to glance behind them, shocked, to find dozens of Viet Cong. Mounting uncertainty, known as the fog of war, led to heightened suspicions and paranoia among Allied troops. The only people they could see were the villagers themselves, the local Vietnamese, especially those young men and women of fighting age, residing in the grass and bamboo villages they passed through as they received enemy fire from unknown locations. Since many tunnel entrances could be found in and around the villages, Viet Cong fighters often used this concealment to initiate firefights. Despite many of the Allied troops' better judgments, confused at how to fight an otherwise unseen enemy, the only available course of action at times appeared to be destroying the villages, setting fire to them or calling for airstrikes. A hellish landscape of increasing civilian casualties began to unfold. Though innocent civilians were often caught in the crossfire, many villagers were indeed Viet Cong fighters. Otherwise, they may have been the aging parents, spouses, or children of communist fighters, who loyally supported the Viet Cong how they could. Many stories from Allied troops tell of friendly villagers offering to clean their laundry or provide them meals during the daytime, only to be caught attempting to slit an American's throat later that night, or otherwise their bodies being recognized among the Viet Cong dead after an intense firefight. Yet any villagers who opposed the Viet Cong now found themselves under suspicion, arrested, beaten, tortured, interrogated, and murdered, their homes and land destroyed by both Allied and Viet Cong soldiers. They soon grew to hate the Allied troops as much as they did the communists. In early 1966, almost an entire year after they began arriving in Vietnam, a combined party of Australian and American troops were engaging the Viet Cong in an immense firefight near a rubber plantation about 25 miles northwest of Saigon. As with previous skirmishes, they combed the area, finding evidence of a company-sized group of enemy fighters, at least 100 men. Frustratingly, they had again seemingly vanished into thin air. Taking a moment to rest, Sergeant Stuart Green sat on the ground. Shouting with pain, he immediately jumped up, as if he had been bitten. He had sat on a nail, which protruded from a small wooden trapdoor. He had inadvertently discovered the Viet Cong's secret tunnels. Being a wiry 130-pound soldier, he dropped into the tunnel and reported spotting 30 Viet Cong hiding just feet below the troops searching the jungle above. When efforts made with smoke and tear gas to evacuate the hiding rebels failed, the Allied forces resorted to explosives. They soon realized that throwing explosive charges into the tunnel entrances would be largely ineffective. These tunnels were an incredible feat of primitive engineering. During roughly 21 years of digging, using only small shovels, tin bowls, and wooden baskets, many villages within South Vietnam had developed their own network of tunnels, the location of which was known only to the inhabitants of each respective village as a security measure in case one of them was captured and interrogated. Every house might have its own trapdoor entrance, hidden underneath a large cooking pot or outside the home in a pig pen, unlikely to be discovered under a pile of manure. Over the years, these tunnel systems crisscrossed the country, from Saigon to more than 400 miles north beyond the DMZ. New tunnels dug by the Viet Cong connected the existing village networks, allowing them to move several kilometers without ever surfacing. Tunnels dug right into the French-controlled city of Saigon allowed communist spies and saboteurs to enter and leave the city unnoticed. Where the soil permitted, tunnels extended to depths beyond 30 feet below the surface, with some systems having as many as 4 separate levels. Along with strategic emplacements at tree lines, other entrances were hidden in the high grass, under dense ground cover and bushes, or even, like that of a beaver's dam, underwater along riverbanks. The trapdoors were often padded with rubber or mud, creating a ground-like feel underfoot when stepped on. During construction, dirt brought to the surface was concealed in order to avoid detection. Dumped into American bomb craters, the river, or otherwise spread evenly along the ground, it was carried up at night with plastic bags and taken as far from the tunnel openings as possible. The tunnels opened into subterranean rooms ranging in size, with a larger cavity, for instance, measuring approximately 6 feet high by 15 feet wide. These many rooms served as a variety of sleeping quarters, supply caches, armories, kitchens, briefing rooms, movie theaters, and even rudimentary hospitals. Although often insufficient for proper circulation, small air vents were channeled to the surface, the openings hidden beneath bushes, at the base of trees, or disguised as ant and termite nests. Pepper or other masking smells were used in these vents to confuse the tracker dogs, which Americans used during their search and destroy patrols. The smells of cooking and burning wood were channeled through multiple smaller vents in order to better disperse the odor at the surface. Increased artillery bombardment and foot patrols by Allied forces forced the Viet Cong and villagers to remain underground. Life for those living prolonged periods in the tunnels was hardly enviable, as they often faced starvation, suffocation, and crushing death from collapsing tunnels. Some women were forced to give birth in the tunnels, while massive explosions ravaged the earth above them. While doctors were present in some of the makeshift hospitals, limited access to medical supplies meant that rudimentary methods were used. For instance, if a blood transfusion was required, some doctors report rigging a bicycle pump together with rubber hosing and glass bottles to conduct the procedure. More serious injuries, like broken arms and legs, resulted in amputation with no available anesthetics. Damaged bones would have to be cut using pliers. When they were not fighting, building traps or improvised explosives, or bleeding out on an operating table, tunnel occupants were limiting their movement, lying face down on the tunnel floors to conserve oxygen. In spite of the miserable circumstances, the Vietnamese, like their enemies, would look for ways to remain creative and keep their minds active, distracted from the reality of their situation. As the GIs would write letters to their families in the daylight above, so too would the VC fighters write by candlelight, their last wills, letters to their loved ones, memoirs, and stories. They too often wondered if they would live to see their work published. As with the tunnel discovered by Sergeant Green, many of them were intentionally engineered to be disorienting, with many bends and twists. This design also helped diminish the destructive effect of explosives, especially those charges and grenades that Allied troops would attempt to toss in without actually entering the tunnels. Additionally, the Viet Cong viewed straight tunnels as impractical. Adding blind corners provided concealment of booby traps and for escaping fighters, giving them time to disappear into many concealed trapdoors in the floors or ceilings or other niches, where they could then wait to ambush a pursuing enemy. Allied forces soon realized that entering the tunnels would be required to effectively destroy them, as well as to kill or capture the enemy and obtain potential intelligence within. Since the Vietnamese were of smaller stature than the Allied men, the tunnels were exceedingly cramped and difficult to move through. Their initial attempts at using trained dogs to clear the tunnels failed, as many of them were killed by the numerous booby traps. American, Australian, and New Zealand commands began recruiting and training volunteers from their ranks who were small enough to enter the tunnels, combat engineers and infantrymen, typically shorter than 5.5 feet. Appropriately named the Tunnel Rats, even the Viet Cong begrudgingly acknowledged their bravery for entering the tunnels, as fighting inside them was a terrifying experience for both sides. In addition to the mental fatigue was the physical exhaustion. So extensive were the tunnel systems, after hours spent underground clearing them, disoriented soldiers may find themselves surfacing miles away from the point at which they entered. Even exiting the tunnel was concerning. Not knowing where they might come up, they could be mistaken as an enemy fighter and shot by friendly forces. While newly issued M16 rifles were already notorious for jamming after firing only 3 or 4 rounds, they were also twice the length of the tunnel's narrow width, making them difficult to maneuver. Tunnel rats resorted to carrying only their .45 caliber pistols and bayonets. Unfortunately, those who fired the .45 in the tunnels were often often left with ruptured eardrums or disorienting hearing damage. The men began using issued or improvised silencers, or small caliber pistols sent from back home, to reduce both the blinding muzzle flash and the deafening sound created in the confined space. Entering into a tunnel often required a strong stomach, as well as ignoring any sense of fear or foreboding. After skirmishes, Viet Cong were known to drag their dead inside the tunnels, sometimes burying them into the very walls, in order to deceptively hide their death counts from the Allied forces. The moisture in the dank tunnels quickly rotted the corpses, the stench drifting heavily into the upper levels and entryways. Although disturbing, encountering actual rats inside the tunnels, some the size of small dogs, was sometimes considered a welcome sight. Viet Cong fighters were known to eat the rats. Their presence was an indication that the tunnel might be empty. If it wasn't, a tunnel rat could abruptly encounter an enemy fighter hiding in a small alcove, or suddenly speared in the body or throat from a concealed hatch or false wall, or even from behind as he reached a dead end, having passed an enemy hiding behind a concealed entrance. Many tunnels were designed with concealed booby traps at their entrances and along the tunnels. If not simply a Viet Cong fighter waiting to shoot the first soldier who tried to enter, there could be wired explosives attached to the small trap doors, or possibly worse traps just inside. Some tunnel rats, entering headfirst into the narrow opening, experienced sudden terror as the tunnel floor gave way under their weight, and they plummeted into a concealed punchy stick trap. Grenades and other traps were embedded in the walls with tripwires. Many of the non-lethal traps, boxes loaded with painful insects like scorpions, hornets, centipedes, and ants, were meant to scare rather than to kill. To many fighters, the psychological fear of injury was often more chilling than the thought of death. Poisonous vipers were starved and tied to the tunnel ceilings. Passing by, unnoticed by the crawling soldier, the snake would bite their unsuspecting victim, often in the face or neck. He might make it back out of the tunnel, but would eventually succumb to the painful neurotoxins. Tunnel rats could find their throats being slashed or garroted, strangled with wire, as they pushed their heads through small trapdoors leading into lower tunnels and chambers. Other sections of tunnel, dug vertically, allowed waiting enemy fighters to drop grenades down onto approaching tunnel rats. U-bend portions, flooded with water, were designed to protect the Viet Cong from tear gas or other attempts to flush the tunnels with smoke. Passing through these gooseneck portions of tunnel required a tunnel rat to hold his breath for an unknown amount of time, with the thought of reaching the other end to possibly find it blocked, or otherwise being suddenly impaled by a waiting enemy spear. Sometimes, without warning, the tunnels themselves would simply collapse, crushing or pinning the now helpless soldier. Standard operating procedures evolved throughout the war. At least 2 soldiers would enter the tunnel, one crawling a few meters behind the other, to prevent both from dying as the result of an explosive booby trap. The other would then laboriously pull his friend's body back to the surface. When they did fire their weapons, they tried to never fire more than 3 consecutive rounds before reloading, preventing the enemy from determining how many shots they had left. Studies conducted during the war indicated that these men gradually developed a superior sense of hearing and smell. They avoided overwashing, the use of fragrant soaps, or anything else that might result in a distinguishable odor. Although they carried flashlights, tunnel rats in training were advised to adopt a standard operating procedure: do not turn on the light. Rather, experienced rats would become adept at using their other senses, hearing, smell, and touch, to move through the tunnel, constantly feeling for booby traps and sensing the presence of enemy fighters. Telling the story of his first enemy encounter in the tunnels, a Marine tunnel rat recounted that he was challenged by his friends to get his first kill without firing his weapon. Experiencing a dreadful sense of unease, he entered into his first tunnel. After some time, crawling through the narrow and pitch-black passage, he suddenly paused. He could smell another man's breath. The concealed man then lunged in the darkness. As they fiercely grappled in the narrow space, the fighting ended when the young Marine managed to seize his unseen enemy's throat and crush his windpipe. As thrilling as this and other such encounters are for us to hear, it goes without saying, such stories have only been recounted by those who made it out of the tunnels alive. Tunnel rats suffered a casualty rate of 1 out of every 3 who entered the tunnels, with many who didn't die being permanently maimed and injured, if not physically, psychologically. Both Vietnamese and American fighters expressed shared sentiments towards the violence and brushes with death that became a routine experience. If I die, I die. If I make it, I make it. The more of your friends died, the more you wanted to fight, the less you feared death. Experiences of the men and women fighting in the sweltering jungle walk among us, by both them and
Hey guys, it's Luke. It's been a hot minute, so I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your patience on this episode. The rest of 2022 should be free and clear for me, so years after the Second World War ended, something strange happened in the skies near Fort Knox, Kentucky. On the cold afternoon of January 7th, control tower operators at the adjacent Godman Army Airfield spotted a bright, unidentified object floating in the sky. This, along with the events that followed, including the mysterious death of a Kentucky National Guard pilot, would become known as the Mantell UFO incident. Almost 40 years later, a young soldier would arrive to his new duty station at Fort Campbell, another Army base in Kentucky, situated 130 miles southwest of Fort Knox. Unbeknownst to him, during his time at this base, he would also find himself witnessing strange things. That young soldier was me, and this is the first half of the story of Strange Lights over Kentucky.
The mist which hangs before you offers you a choice, to pass through or to escape.
As a young soldier, one who grew up in the area near Fort Campbell, despite my better judgment, I suppose I was always open to the idea of strange things, but it's not as if I walked around expecting to see them. The question I have is why I seem to keep finding myself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and whether or not what I saw will ever be explained. For those aware of the Kentucky Goblin story, which happened in 1955, I thought it would be worth mentioning that, along with the other local police and officials, a security detail of 4 Army police officers were also dispatched from Fort Campbell to investigate that incident. My own time spent working with the military police on Fort Campbell seemed to similarly put me in rather unusual circumstances. Well, maybe it just goes with the territory. Most of my experiences weren't exactly unconventional, ranging from the time we found a soldier out in an empty field at night, digging up a few dozen marijuana plants that he had clearly been growing for several months. To the more tragic situations, such as the time we found a young soldier who had hung himself from a tree near one of the back roads. And then there were the few but far less conventional encounters, some of which you may have already heard. While my strangest encounters mostly took place while I was conducting nighttime security patrols in Fort Campbell's wild and expansive range area, the Back 40, there was one experience that happened when I was simply lugging my laundry back to my base apartment. For those of you military folks out there, yes, it was somewhat unusual for a junior soldier to get a private housing assignment, even if it was only a small one-room apartment in a renovated complex of what used to be old warehouses. I guess I just got lucky not to have to live in the barracks. As for the strange incident, it all began in early 1987. I had recently returned from a deployment to Honduras in December and had shortly been reassigned from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to my new command at Fort Campbell. When I arrived, I was still serving in my original communications MOS, but within a few months, my unit would discover that it was over capacity for radio operators, and my company commander would give me the opportunity to select a new position on the base. I would then choose an assignment with the military police, since it was my secondary preferred MOS when I had enlisted, my stepdad having also worked in law enforcement. But a couple months before all that happened, one evening, a few weeks after settling into my small apartment, I had driven to a nearby laundromat. The machines in my apartment complex were often unreliable. I stayed out until long after dark, killing some time dropping quarters into video games at a local arcade before heading back to go to bed. Grabbed my basket of clean laundry out of the car, I began crossing the parking lot. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a number of blinking lights in the sky, off to the west, out over the back 40. Glancing over, I realized these were the red and white lights on several Chinook helicopters, flying in formation. Nothing unusual. You always see some kind of aircraft flying around at all hours over the base. My eyes then moved towards the moon, which was very bright and hanging low on the horizon. At least, I thought it was the moon. What the? And that's when I stopped walking. Whatever this bright object was, it wasn't round. It was shaped like a cube, although tilted as if balanced upright on one corner. I had no idea what I was looking at. I then realized that the Chinooks were flying directly towards it. I wondered if it wasn't some kind of aircraft, although it gave no indication of being anything like one. No blinking lights, nothing. It was simply a huge, bright cube, hanging completely stationary, some distance above the ground. Doing my best to describe it, it did appear to have an exterior surface, which was seemingly transparent, the bright white light seeming to come from its interior. The helicopters as a reference, I was taken aback by the object's sheer size. It looked much bigger than they were. From my perspective, it was about the size of a large marble, held out at arm's length. I then noticed the sudden appearance of an odd, reddish-orange glow emitting from the bottommost corner of the object, which vanished as quickly as it appeared. It was basically a bright, fiery streak shooting downward a short distance, rather like the afterburner exhaust of a fighter jet. It would reappear again and immediately disappear again, in perhaps 5-second intervals. As the Chinooks drew closer to the object, I wondered what would happen when they reached it, if that was what they were attempting to do. Since it had remained stationary the entire time, I was then startled when it suddenly moved. Now, when I say it moved, I don't mean it accelerated. It just moved. It quickly shot across the sky in a very straight line, closing a good distance in only a couple seconds. Certainly a mile, at least. Then it stopped again, just as instantly, and remained stationary, the reddish-orange glow continuing to reappear underneath it in pulsing intervals. The Chinooks now slowly banked in unison, directing their flight path towards its new location. About 15 seconds later, it suddenly moved again, now in a different direction but approximately the same distance. The Chinooks again banked to follow it. It continued to conduct these sudden movements, changing direction each time, with the Chinooks continuing to adjust their course, as if trying to intercept it. I almost felt like, whatever it was taunting the pursuing helicopters. Like it was showing off by demonstrating its superior capabilities. After a couple minutes, it slid across the sky one final time, but much further, off to the west, now quickly disappearing from sight. Then, it was gone. Practically forgetting about the heavy basket of laundry in my arms, I continued to watch the point at which it had vanished, wondering if the object would come back. It never did. Pulling my eyes away from the distant sky, I then glanced around the parking lot. I'd been so entranced by watching the light shifting around in the sky that I'd failed to notice a crowd of other people gathering in the parking lot around me, many of them still continuing to stare out into the sky. I hesitantly asked the guy standing nearest to me what that thing was. He shrugged and muttered that he didn't know, looking back at the sky one last time before he turned and walked away. I stayed on for maybe another minute before turning back towards my building and heading inside. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, back to the story. Despite the number of witnesses, it wasn't exactly a hot topic or conversation at work the next day, nor did I see anything about the strange object mentioned in the local news or papers. Can't say I'm surprised. As strange as stories like this might seem, I expect that, like myself, most folks just chalk it up to something they can't explain and don't give much thought after that. At least until it happens again, or someone else mentions having a similar experience. I've heard that combat veterans often avoid talking about their experiences in war, even to their own families. But they might talk about it to another combat vet, someone who would understand what they were talking about without judgment or too many questions. Maybe witnessing strange things is like that, but obviously less traumatizing, at least in my case. It's just something you don't talk about, either to avoid ridicule or simply because you aren't even sure what you saw. I still have no idea what it was that I saw. As such, over the years, I have spent a fair amount of time looking into similar stories to try to find some explanation for my own experience. Suffice it to say, I am no longer surprised to discover that neither the U.S. military nor the state of Kentucky are strangers to such unexplained events. I'm also increasingly made aware that, at least until recently, the U.S. government and military usually do their become public figures. On that cold January afternoon in 1948, when the tower operators and other Army officials spotted that bright, unidentified object over Fort Knox, they probably asked themselves the same questions I would 40 years later. What the hell am I seeing? However, their sightings were quickly confirmed by incoming reports from local highway patrol officers, as well as more than 24 other military personnel stationed on nearby installations, some of whom could apparently see this thing clearly from over 150 miles away. At the same time the object was seen, 4 pilots, including a Captain Thomas F. Mantell, were also airborne and on their way to Gobbin Airfield, where control tower personnel had been observing the object for some time. Before landing, they were radioed and told to fly over to the object to inspect it. 3 of the pilots broke away from their approach, either due to having insufficient fuel or experiencing low oxygen levels as they chased the object into higher and higher altitude. Despite his plane not being equipped with oxygen either, Mantell was the only one to maintain his upward course in pursuit of the object. When he'd reached approximately 15,000 feet, Gobbin Tower operators received a transmission from Captain Mantell.
The object is directly ahead of and above me now, moving about half my speed, 180 miles per hour. It appears to be a metallic object, possibly a reflection of sun from a metallic object. It is of tremendous size. I'm still climbing. Trying to close in for a better look.
At 3:15 p.m., Mantell transmitted what would be his final communication.
Object going up. Forward as fast as I am. Now 360 miles per hour. I'm going to 20,000 feet. And if I can't get any closer, I will abandon chase.
The 25-year-old pilot's plane was then seen hurtling back to the Earth in a death spiral before it impacted the ground, shattering to pieces. Godman Airfield transcripts indicate they recovered his watch from the crash site, which had stopped at the time of impact, 3:18 p.m. The UFO, meanwhile, had disappeared. Apparently, a similar incident had occurred a few weeks prior, and it turned out that the bright object that those pilots had been chasing was, in fact, a planet, an unusually bright Venus shining in the night sky. Investigators proposed that Mantell had done the same, albeit during the daytime, his plane being unequipped for such high altitudes and the lack of oxygen causing him to black out and lose control of his aircraft. His cockpit latches were still locked on impact, indicating no effort was made to bail out. However, none of this satisfied the many eyewitness accounts and the strange movements that the object seemed to perform, nor does it seem to account for the various colors and shapes witnessed. Some said it looked pear or bulb-shaped, some saying it resembled the canopy of a parachute. Others said it appeared to be a flaming ball of fire. Still, other witnesses reported the object as being red, flaming, and cone-shaped. If not Venus, the only other reasonable explanation offered by government authorities was that it was likely a Skyhook Navy weather balloon, the sunlight reflecting off the balloon's surface. This balloon program was highly classified at the time, which would explain why few witnesses would have known about it, including those who were military personnel and had no reason to be informed about the top-secret program. These balloons were also quite large, reaching 100 feet in diameter, and could reach altitudes of over 60,000 feet, which would offer a reasonable explanation to what many of the eyewitnesses may have seen. Out of my own curiosity, I took the time to read over the unclassified official report of the incident. As such, I couldn't help but to notice some possible contradictions. The report first states that the object was at a heading of 220 degrees from Godman Field, putting it some unknown distance to the southwest. Along with addressing the possibility of a bright planet, the report then states that it was later confirmed that a secret Skyhook balloon had in fact been released into the sky that afternoon, and I quote, released by the Navy from Clinton County Airport in Ohio. The report ends by saying that the official Air Force conclusion for the cause of the incident was likely a result of both the stationary planet Venus, which was seen by some of the witnesses, as well as the same Skyhook balloon, which had drifted 250 miles southwest. While likely the most reasonable answer, these conclusions potentially contradict both the report's own information and also the eyewitness testimonies, primarily those of Captain Mantell and the Godman Field personnel, including the commanding officer, Colonel Hicks. These military personnel all signed sworn statements, attesting not only to their individual account towards the same abnormally bright Venus. And third, as he approached Kentucky's southern border, by an unfortunate coincidence, the report indicates that Mantell must have caught sight of a fast-moving Skyhook weather balloon overhead, which had already been spotted by dozens of civilians living south of Godman Field. Seen from the cities of Madisonville, Elizabethtown, and Mansville, clearly this object was at a high enough altitude to be seen from 60 to 80 miles away in all directions. So, the military personnel saw the stationary Venus ahead of them to the southwest, and the civilians saw the weather balloon as it hovered past them across the sky. The report's conclusion thus implies Mantell must have been confused, his attention shifting from a bright planet on the horizon to then a reflective weather balloon tens of thousands of feet overhead. All of this, of course, is possible. However, Ohio State astronomers would contradict this report some years later, saying that Venus would not have been that clearly visible during the afternoon daylight. I myself have some additional questions. If it was a weather balloon, it seems strange that Mantell would first state that it was moving at half his speed, estimated at 180 miles per hour, only to later state the object had increased its speed, then moving as fast as he was, if not faster, as he chased it into a vertical ascent. Unfortunately, there's not much statistical information available about the specific skyhook balloons, but modern-day weather balloons will evidently climb at roughly 1,000 feet per minute, or just over 11 miles per hour, which is pretty slow. If these skyhook balloons were anything similar, which they do appear to be, that 180 mile per hour movement would have to have been horizontal rather than vertical. However, modern-day weather balloons that can climb over 100,000 feet are also known to reach their maximum altitude in only a couple hours before bursting, traveling only as far as 125 miles during this time, giving an approximate forward speed of only 60 to 70 miles per hour. In any case, the report does address the descriptions of the object's erratic movements from eyewitnesses on the ground and Mantell's comments about the object's incredible speed, stating that the movement of clouds in front of the object could create such an illusion. But still, this Mantell report would seemingly imply that this particular skyhook balloon floated more than 250 miles southwest of its release point, reaching its intended altitude of over 60,000 feet, and instead of bursting, that it continued to travel southwest. And even though Mantell was reported as saying the object was of tremendous size, the final report firmly concludes that it was merely a large plastic balloon, and I quote, which was still more than 40,000 feet above him. Again, that just creates more questions.
The object is directly ahead of and above me now, moving about half my speed, 180 miles per hour. It appears to be a metallic object, or possibly a reflection of sun from a metallic object. It is of tremendous size. I'm still climbing, trying to close in for a better look.
If the balloon was at most 100 feet wide in size, as those skyhook balloons were at full capacity, at 40,000 feet away, something that size, still, would have been nothing more than a speck in the distance. Certainly nothing that would look tremendous from Mantell's perspective. Or perhaps some of what he said was misheard, and the relevant information got lost in translation. When later asked about Mantell's reasons for blatantly ignoring the danger of his ascent over 15,000 feet, one of his longtime friends evidently said, "The only thing I can think was that he was after something that he believed to be more important than his life or his family." On top of everything, if this story wasn't confusing enough, only a few hours after Mantell's plane crashed, new reports would begin pouring into Lockbourne Air Force Base, 300 miles away in Ohio. Only 50 miles northeast of the Clinton County Airport, where the skyhook balloon reportedly responsible for Mantell's death was released, another unidentified object had been spotted. And this one would be far stranger and far less likely to be either a planet or a balloon. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, the conclusion of our story. Military pilots and ground personnel at Lockbourne, and even personnel from the same Clinton County Airport where a skyhook balloon was reportedly released that day, had now sighted another bright object, approximately 5 miles southwest from the Lockbourne Air Base. Witnesses were unable to identify it as anything other than an enormous, round, oval, or cone-shaped, bright glowing object, and specifically noted that it was not a star due to the cloudy overcast sky. At least one witness, air traffic controller Alex Boudreau, stated that the wind at the time was blowing east to west, and if it had been a balloon or a lighter-than aircraft, it would have drifted in the direction the wind was blowing. During its period of observation, this new object also appeared to change or emit different colors, from white to amber yellow to red. From about 7:25 p.m. until it finally disappeared around 8 p.m., this object behaved far more strangely than the one witnessed by Mantell and the men stationed at Govan Airfield. Multiple witnesses signed sworn statements, again attesting to their visual acuity and mental health. Watching from the front steps of his operations building, 26-year-old Lockbourne Control Tower operator Albert Pickering first saw this object at around 7:25 p.m. Air Force Captain Charles McGee likewise caught sight of the bright object from the cockpit of his aircraft as he approached the Lockbourne runway to land. Captain McGee would likewise continue his observation of the object as he taxied the runway after landing his plane. For a time, the object moved very little, if not remaining stationary at about 3,000 feet, before suddenly disappearing, rocketing quickly up into the cloudy overcast at 10,000 feet. Shortly after watching it disappear, Pickering would be joined by 25-year-old Airways operator Frank Eisel as the object descended from the clouds to again about 3,000 feet over the ground, and then became motionless once again. Then, they all watched in bewilderment as the object began moving horizontally in a wide, 2-mile diameter circle over one position, completing this approximate 6-mile circumference in about 30 to 40 seconds. It then moved to another position and repeated this elliptical movement. During these circular horizontal movements over the ground, the speed of the object was estimated by both men to be an incredible 500 miles per hour, which, doing the math, would match the speed required to cover 6 miles in 30 to 40 seconds. Also, during these horizontal movements, but not during its vertical movements, both Pickering and Eisel reported seeing a comet-like wisp of a tail streaming behind the object, which was about 5 times the length of the object's diameter. Having ended its circular movements, both men stated that it again moved like an elevator, now descending quickly to near ground level in several seconds, staying for a few seconds, before shooting back up to 10,000 feet into the clouds, again, in a matter of only a few seconds. The object was not seen again. Eisel stated that the Clinton County Tower, about 50 miles away, reported that they had also observed a similar or the same object in the same general direction and position at the same time as his and Pickering's observations at Lockbourne. Citing his 6 years of aviation experience, Pickering stated directly that it was positively not a star, comet, or any astronomical body to the best of my knowledge of such things. I also rule out the possibility of it being a balloon, flare, dirigible, military, or private aircraft. Although occurring in the same day, within hours of Mantell's plane crash less than 300 miles away, this unidentified object was not mentioned in the final Air Force report of Mantell's incident. Coincidentally, the nearest military base to where Mantell crashed was, in fact, Fort Campbell, which is situated about 60 miles further west from the crash site. And get this, Fort Campbell is very close to being 220 degrees southwest from Godman Airfield, the direction in which the object was spotted. Although offering no location where it would have been released from, the Mantell report does acknowledge that a second weather balloon might have been involved in the confusing circumstances leading to his death. But no reports of any weather balloons released over Fort Campbell on January 7, 1948, seem to be included in the Mantell reports. As you can imagine, whatever the truth was, as this incident caused the death of a decorated young World War II pilot, the answers being given by either military or other government officials were viewed by the general public with a fair amount of suspicion and were never fully accepted. I have no idea what it was that Captain Mantell and those many other military and civilian witnesses saw in the skies near Fort Knox or Lockbourne Air Force Base in early 1948. I also have no idea what it was that I saw, along with dozens of other eyewitnesses, in the skies over Fort Campbell almost 40 years later in 1987. And something else I didn't know. That wouldn't be the last time I would see that very same object over Fort Campbell. And the next time, it would be much, much closer. The head seat. I need to be traveling as fast as this commercial plane. Okay, whatever, it was just something. It was a cold night on Fort Campbell in early 1987 when I saw that very strange bright object floating over the base's back 40 range area, seemingly pursued by a number of Chinook helicopters as it darted around the sky. But without much information to go on, and probably like everyone else who saw the same thing I did that night, the incident quickly faded into the back of my mind, and I didn't give much thought after that. That is, until I saw it again. And this time, it was much closer. This is the second half of the story of Strange Lights over Kentucky.
The mist which hangs before you offers you a choice to pass through or to escape. Beyond it are stories which defy explanation and fly in the face of what we know to be real. It is a void of both reality and impossibility, of both fact and superstition. You alone are left to discern what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
For as many strange things as I've seen in my lifetime, especially those during my years in the U.S. Army, I do take solace in the fact that I rarely seem to find myself alone when such strange things happened. And that leads me to introduce another old Army buddy of mine, Sergeant Hayslip. Hayslip was senior to me, having enlisted in the Army long before I did, serving his first enlistment with the 101st Airborne in Vietnam. After coming home, he had left active service for a time, but ended up re-enlisting and becoming an MP. Having arrived at Fort Campbell as a radio operator, when I was eventually reassigned to work with the Military Police Division, someone had to train me for my new position, including showing me how to conduct the routine daytime and nighttime security details around the base. So, as a senior MP, Sergeant Hayslip was assigned as my field training supervisor, accompanying me on most of my earliest night patrols. During our time working together, he shared a lot of stories with me from his time in Vietnam. The funny ones, the terrible ones, and even the stranger ones. For instance, there was one story he told me about the time when his unit encountered a freakishly large python in the jungle. Apparently this thing was 30 feet long. I had to bite my lip when he told me that story because it made me want to talk about my own recent experience, something that happened when I was deployed to Honduras. I hesitated because after trying to report what my squad had witnessed in that rainforest, I had been thoroughly reprimanded by my chain of command and accused of attempting to file a false report. Under threat of punishment, I was told to rescind my report. That experience would motivate me to stay quiet about a number of other strange things. Better to keep my mouth shut than have people think I was crazy, or worse, a liar. As such, I was still somewhat bitter about the whole situation, and I also wasn't sure what Sergeant Hayslip might think of me if I told him that story. I was worried he might think I was just trying to one-up him or something. Well, if I didn't trust him to believe the stories about my own strange encounters at that moment, it wouldn't be long before we would both witness something arguably more bizarre than an overgrown reptile.
Bravo 47, this is command.
Got it.
Command over. Not too hard.
This is Bravo 47. Send it.
What's your current location?
It was now the summer of 1987, several months since I had walked across that parking lot and seen that strange light hovering over the back 40, being chased around by helicopters. This evening's patrol found me and Sergeant Hayslip driving along a narrow gravel road in the westernmost region of the base, in the general vicinity south of the artillery range area. With me behind the wheel, we were now heading east. The distant light from the residential area of the base and the nearby city of Clarksville was visible along the horizon ahead of us. We had to use our electric irons to cook it in. Our I see. Let's just say he was not happy when he caught us.
Whoa. Did you see that? Whoa, stop the truck. Stop the truck. Stop.
In mid-sentence, Sergeant Hayslip suddenly stopped talking before turning to look over his shoulder at the road behind us. I slammed on the brakes, then turning to ask him why we were stopping. His head was now out of the window, looking towards the rear of the truck. Pulling his head back inside, he turned to me, looking both excited and somewhat confused, saying that while glancing at his side mirror, he had just seen a large, bright light drop straight down out of the sky behind us. He told me that we needed to turn around to go back and check it out. I didn't see anything, but I shrugged and did as he said. He was my supervisor, so it was his call.
There. You see that?
Yeah, I do now. That is so weird. Now driving west, that far side of Fort Campbell is pretty much open wilderness. The area beyond the base is mostly uninhabited as well, if not just patches of farmland and rural property. In other words, it's pretty dark, at least compared to the other side of Fort Campbell where all the city lights are. And this area had been pitch black the entire time, but now something was illuminating the ordinarily dark wooded area to the west. A light coming from below the treetops ahead of us. As we drove, Hayslip did say he wanted to call it in, but added that he wasn't certain what to say in his radio report. I suggested that maybe we should wait until we got closer to see what it was, and he agreed. We'd just driven through this exact area, down this same road, only about 10 minutes earlier, after we had checked on one of our security detail assignments a few miles back, this specific location being a 150-foot communications tower. The radio tower was situated up in a fire break, which had been cut through the trees, maybe 250 yards north of the main road that we were driving on. I began to realize as we got closer that whatever the source of the light, it had to be something very big to be giving off as much light as it was. That, and it was clearly on the north side of the road, in the direction of where the comm tower would be. The tower had an access road that ran down the fire break, which was perpendicular to and intersected the road that we were on. But before we even reached the entrance to that access road... Oh, damn.
What the hell?
Something, the upper portion of a bright pointed object, suddenly became visible over the treetops. I knew immediately it was the floating cube I'd seen earlier that year, if not something identical to it. As our truck drew level with the fire break, allowing us to see down the length of it, we finally had a clear view of the object.
Good Lord.
Hayslip muttered slowly in amazement, leaning slightly out his open window, taking in the unearthly sight. It was hovering directly above the communications tower, its bottommost corner so close to the tower's top that it was practically touching it. The entirety of the site around the tower was bathed in the glow of the cube's light. We could now plainly see the security fence which surrounded the site, as well as the small electronics building at the base of the tower. My initial impression when seeing it at a distance from the parking lot had been correct. This thing was clearly massive. With the tower being 150 feet high, this cube was at least 100 to 125 feet in height, being not quite as large as the tower was tall. Along with the light radiating from its interior, shining outward from the cube's middle edges were lights, like spotlights, incredibly bright, reaching out maybe 100 yards into the darkness in all directions. Unlike my first time seeing it, although the object was again remaining stationary, it wasn't completely motionless. Now, like some kind of bizarre carousel, it was slowly spinning in the sky. It was eerie because for all of its light, its size, and its hovering position in the sky, it was completely silent. No sounds of any engines, no electrical humming, nothing. Since I was a kid, I'd been fascinated with technology. For instance, I spent a lot of time hanging around Radio Shack. Probably the same reason I chose to work in communications when I enlisted in the Army. Seeing this strange object up close, after the initial shock, I felt more curious than I was afraid. I wondered if maybe this wasn't some sort of new top-secret aircraft. Without really thinking about it, I lifted my foot off the brake and began to ease our truck onto the tiny access road which led up to the tower, hoping to get a closer look.
Stop!
Oh, sorry. Hayslip suddenly reached over like he was going to take hold of the steering wheel before telling me to hold our position where we were. So I put the truck in park and popped my door open, about to get out. I wanted to at least get a better view from outside.
Sorry, I'm just gonna... Stop! You keep your dumb ass inside. You hear me, soldier?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Sergeant Hayslip again reacted, quickly grabbing my right forearm, and now in a very uncharacteristic tone, he barked the first orders I'd ever heard him give. I'd never heard him speak like that. He was always very easygoing. Nothing ever seemed to bother him, so oddly enough, despite what we were witnessing, it was his complete change in character that got me worried. I glanced from the stern look on his face over the cube, then back at him. He clearly didn't think this thing was harmless. And it was lucky he stopped me from driving any closer, because he was right. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. I thought they'd look like reddish-orange flames. It only lasted a second, shooting down and striking the tower, quickly racing down its length to the ground. The tower's steel framework seemed to almost glow, with dancing sparks. Stopping as quickly as it had started, the area was ghostly quiet once more. The cube wasn't spinning anymore, though. It now sat absolutely still in the sky, just yards above the tower. We kept glancing at each other and then back at the cube, as if hoping the other would suddenly offer some reasonable explanation for it.
No!
Good Lord. After about 15 seconds, we jumped again as the air seemed to explode, arcs of fiery electricity again shooting down through the tower and to the ground. When it stopped, the eerie silence returned, but now it was broken by the muffled sound of helicopters off in the distance. And they were getting louder, coming in our direction. Chinooks.
We gotta leave. Let's go.
Yes, sir. As if coming to his senses, Hayslip suddenly punched my arm to get my attention. I stared at him in surprise for a second, and then I turned the wheel and gunned the gas, heading back east toward the city lights. Sergeant, you gonna call us in? Huh, no. Like hell. No, this never happened. I didn't see nothing. Hayslip turned back to face out his window, staring out into the dark. I'm too close to have my 20 in. So, do me a favor. You didn't see nothing either. Yes, sir. Hayslip had meant that he was close to meeting his required years of service for retirement from the Army and all the benefits that come with it. He clearly thought that reporting something crazy like this would affect his upcoming retirement. With my own disastrous experience in Honduras to speak of, I guess I knew what he meant. In any case, neither of us had been hurt, and if he wasn't going to mention it, I didn't see why I'd want to mention it to anyone either. At least it makes for a good story now. With the communications tower now miles behind us, Hayslip seemed to be doing his best to pretend like it was business as usual. He directed me down various roads to reach some of our other assigned locations, but he did seem to intentionally avoid any routes that would take us back near the comm tower. With miles of forest now between us and that location, we couldn't see anything even remotely near that area. I was almost glad of that, but at the same time, I was silently hoping I could get one more look at it. I never did. And from that night on, I've never seen anything like it. We finished out our shift without any further incidents and returned to the station, never saying a word about what we'd encountered. As strange as that object was, I still can't say I've ever seen anything that would lead me to believe in such things as Little Green Man, but seeing something like that does all that story and say it is who they were on brought it so close to the object that they nearly witnessed a bright cube or diamond-shaped object floating over a forested area just north of Houston, Texas. As they were heading home, driving down a narrow 2-lane highway surrounded by tall pine trees, they suddenly spotted an unusual light through the trees ahead of them, first assuming it was a commercial plane coming in to land at an airport. They quickly realized it was anything but an airplane, as the road they were on brought it so close to the object that they nearly drove right underneath it before slamming on the brakes. The object may well have been about the size of what I saw, as Betty would later describe it as being as large as a water tower. Now terrified, acting on what Betty thought might have been instinct, they immediately got out of the car, only to experience an intense heat being emitted from the bright object. Vicky and her grandson scrambled to get back inside, while Betty, probably frozen in fear, remained standing by the car. Then, the object began emitting a long burst of flame out of its bottom corner. Now trying to get back in the car, Betty burned her hand on a now scalding hot door handle, then having to use her leather jacket to touch the handle and scramble back into the driver's seat. The entire exterior of the car had become very hot to the touch. To make things worse, they couldn't go anywhere. At some point, their car's engine had died, as if the object had somehow shorted out the car's electrical components. Unable to restart their car, they sat helplessly staring up at it for another 10 to 15 minutes. I can't blame them, but being God-fearing Christian women, both Vicky and Betty thought this was some kind of supernatural event. Maybe even the end of the world. I'm not sure if God would be so obvious about that, but unlike what I saw, this object was clearly more terrifying, as it wasn't completely silent, emitting both a constant shrill beeping sound as well as a whooshing noise of some kind when the flame stopped shooting out of it. After about 20 minutes, the object began to rise away from them, as much to their surprise, a large squadron of what young Colby would count to be at least 23 Chinook helicopters arrived, flanking the strange object, almost seeming to escort it as it drifted away. Shaken by the incident, but finally able to start their car, Betty drove them home. But their trouble was only beginning. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, the conclusion of our story. The next morning, Betty, Vicky, and Colby all appeared to be suffering from a sunburn-like skin sensitivity over their entire bodies. Possibly because she had spent more time outside the car, Betty would be taken to the emergency room and spend the next month in the hospital, as patches of her skin died and fell off, along with a variety of other symptoms of burn injuries. All three of them would experience a variety of other symptoms similar to those of acute radiation poisoning, such as headaches, nausea, dysentery, as well as their fingernails and hair falling out. Betty would later be diagnosed with cancer. According to Colby, who spoke in an interview about his experiences both during and after the encounter, their injuries are largely what provoked them to report the incident, in an effort to find compensation for the mounting medical bills that were difficult for them to pay. Despite ongoing denials from both federal and military authorities, both the women and Colby were certain the U.S. military was involved, due to the helicopters they saw being marked with United States Air Force. Of course, these kinds of helicopters weren't uncommon to be seen over Fort Campbell during my day, but I expect they certainly weren't something folks in Dayton would see flying in large numbers over that area of Texas. The closest military installation might have been Ellington Field, a retired but still in use Air Force base, located 40 miles away. In support of their story, a local Dayton police officer, Detective Lamar Walker, and his wife would later recount that they also witnessed about 12 of the helicopters flying over the area the same night of the incident. In an effort to recoup their medical expenses, Betty and Vicky filed a lawsuit in 1986 against the federal government. Apparently, due to a lack of substantiating evidence for either the helicopters being in the area and no government agencies admitting to possessing an aircraft resembling the object, their case was dismissed. Colby stated in his later interview that he does believe the object was involved in some kind of government experiment, and that they were just unfortunate to be the only car driving down that back road at the time they encountered it. And going back to that 1988 TV broadcast, there might be some evidence to these conclusions, and maybe even to the nature of the objects I saw just over 6 years later. Following their testimony of the incident, the host of the show introduced an anonymous man called Falcon, who gave a rather startling statement about what he knew of their encounter.
The Cash Landrum incident, the craft that was observed was a alien craft piloted by military aircraft pilots. Although they had been trained and were somewhat familiar with the craft, they found that the aircraft did not respond to certain controls. They radioed that they thought the craft was going to crash. Standard procedures for the military in a situation where an aircraft was going to crash, the military would send up search and rescue helicopters. The helicopters were following the craft. The craft experienced severe problems. It was thought that the craft was going to crash. However, this craft did not crash.
Following this recording, the show host then hypothesized that the craft was possibly either something developed by the US government, or indeed an alien craft given to the government by extraterrestrials. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think or what I'm willing to believe the truth is, as even those answers just create more questions. In any case, I find myself fortunate that Sergeant Hayslip stopped me from driving our truck any closer to the object that we saw. And I dare say I have a large amount of sympathy for Colby, his grandmother Vicky, and Betty. Colby stated that he has had support from his close friends and relatives, but has otherwise suffered ridicule over the last 30 years. All he ever wanted was the truth. Who knows if any of us will ever find it. I will say this, though. Within a week of watching that object fry that radio tower with electricity, we noticed that dismantling of the tower had begun. It was moved to a new location and was then replaced with a tower of a newer design. Hayslip and I figured that the powers that be must have decided that whatever damage, or possibly evidence, left behind from the incident needed to be disposed of. I want to thank you for listening to these stories of my various experiences, and do bear with me for one more. I still haven't told you about what happened in Honduras. I haven't shared these stories with many folks up until now, and this Honduran incident in late 1986 is the reason why. As I've mentioned, my efforts to report the incident got me into a lot of hot water with my command. Keep in mind, this was only a couple of years before I ran Contra and other such highly controversial U.S. government and military involvement in the rising conflict in Central America. I was ordered not to discuss the incident with anyone, not even the men who were with me. I didn't want to face a possible court-martial, so I folded. I did as I was told. I was a good little soldier, and I changed my story. I didn't say a word to anybody about it for the remainder of my time that I was in the Army. But I wasn't the only soldier out in that rainforest. I know what we saw. And it terrified me.
Let's go. Take cover. You, over there. You. Stay here. Paulo, come with me. Wallace, you go down that way. Roger. Should be here in a few minutes. Solo, unos minutos.
Sí, entiendo.
Whiskey 4. Should be coming from your direction. Let us know if you see it.
No boat yet. Can you tell me what the hell just passed by me? Something big coming your way, in the water.
Roger. Yeah, I see something. A dark thing?
That's it. Is that what they want us to look for? Looks like a log or something. Thought it might be a crocodile.
Pretty big for a crocodile. Too big.
Submarine?
In the river?
Well, it's moving upstream, against the current. Gotta be something.
Oye, Paulo. Esa cosa negra en el agua. That black thing. ¿Qué es?
No sé. No sé, amigo.
Whiskey 4. Is that what? Oh, God. Wallace, don't move. Do not open fire.
Hey, man, no names over the radio. Don't open fire at all.
Story to tell. Every war has its well-known stories, some of which are so terrible they're still difficult to believe despite mounds of evidence. But within the larger scope of major conflicts are often lesser-known, individual stories which are likewise unbelievable in their retelling. The following is one such story, one which begins in Honduras and bizarrely ends on the other side of the world. Our story is not concerned with the larger conflict taking place, but only with the unique account of one man, a young soldier whose life would change forever because of something terrible that he witnessed.
The mist which hangs before you
offers you a choice.
To pass through
or to escape.
Beyond it are
stories
which defy
explanation
and fly in the face
of what we know to be real.
It is a void of both
reality
and impossibility,
of both fact and superstition.
You alone are left to discern
what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
With the war in Vietnam coming to a close, the late 1970s and early 80s remained a turbulent time for other countries around the world. In Honduras, long-standing government corruption and economic turmoil led to a violent communist revolution. At nearly the same time as the government was usurped by socialist rebels in Honduras, rising support for communism in the nation of Afghanistan resulted in the overthrow of the Afghan government by pro-communist military officers in 1978. Seeking to establish its power, this new and radical Afghan government quickly began implementing extensive land and social reforms that were bitterly resented by the devoutly Muslim and largely anti-communist population. In response, counterinsurgency efforts by tribal and urban groups, collectively known as the Mujahideen, were quickly launched to retake control of the nation. Having been aided by the Soviets in the revolt, the unpopular communist government quickly sought assistance from their foreign communist allies to violently quell any and all forms of domestic opposition, and soon forged even stronger ties with the Soviet Union. With the strength of their new client government waning, in December of 1979, more than 30,000 Soviet troops would cross the border into Afghanistan, a move which was intended to end the counter-rebellion, but would only fan the flames of rising support for the Mujahideen. Thus, the long war in Afghanistan began. While urban areas were easier to take control of during their initial campaigns to crush the rising insurgency, guerrilla rebels who lived out in the desert countryside maintained a unique ability to blend into the rural population. So the Soviets' next effort to flush them out was to do so by eliminating Afghani civilian support for the rebels, thus making them outcasts by robbing them of a population to hide in. And just how did the Soviets do this? By bombing and depopulating the rural areas. This violence against innocent civilians only served to increase support for the rebellion, as young men whose loyalty had remained with their family farms and businesses soon realized they could no longer remain bystanders. Their only hope for survival was to join the fight. One such young man, a teenager at that time, was a civilian named Lukman. Like many other young men, Lukman's carefree childhood effectively ended with the onset of the war. He was the son of a government official, Anik Saifullah, a member of the Qad, essentially the Afghan secret police. After the presidential palace was overthrown by the military and his family never heard from him again, Anik was presumed to have died in the fighting while protecting the president. At this onset of the devastating conflict, now without a father to raise him and a mother who had died in childbirth, Lukman had been then sent away from his home in Kabul. During this early period of the war, he then remained in the protective care of his relatives on their farm on the desert outskirts of the city. That is, until the Soviet bombing campaign changed the course of not only his life, but the course of history. It was only by a stroke of sheer coincidence that Lukman survived the attack, as he was away from the farm at the time, looking for sheep that had run off into the mountains. But when he returned to find his home destroyed, and his family murdered by Soviet men. Like many other young Afghani men, he vowed to avenge his family and joined the resistance. This is not a story of old hope. This is the story of a new hope. Accumulated cause